someone play around with that one, he will take.
I see.
He will
Okay.
take over.
So only one at the
Yes.
same time. I think we want beginning when everybody is sitting. Good morning. Good morning, meine
Good morning. Morning, everyone, ladies and gentlemen.
phone for translation. Please use it. Stelios needs time. Yes. Okay. Meine Damen und Herren, ich freue mich.
So, ladies and gentlemen, it's a great pleasure for me to welcome you here. I'm glad you were all able to make it here to our small but very cozy and well-equipped room. We're going to be having a special discussion on press and media freedom. I think it's a very timely subject, certainly nowadays, not just in the European Union, but basically everywhere. But especially, I think it's fair to say that it's very timely in the European Parliament, where people have been discussing questions of press and media freedom. They've often come up in current affairs in many EU member countries, but other countries outside the EU as well, such as Turkey, where there are lots of press freedom violations. And we often have repeated that press and media freedom is one of the basic fundamental freedoms and values underpinning the European Union. Therefore, we need to defend that freedom. That's why the European Parliament is also debating the establishment of new media laws, reforming rules on whistleblowing, but we're also looking at questions of copyright and other rights associated with press and media freedom under the so-called AV, that's the Audiovisual Media Directive. It's a subject for hot debate, as I say, in the European Parliament right now. That also explains why not all of the seats are occupied now, because the shadow rapporteurs are meeting together with the rapporteur right now as we speak. They will be joining us later on. That's true for other parliamentary groups as well, including the one where the actual rapporteur on the report is a member. But I think we can get down to our discussion straight away. I'm very glad to welcome all of our guests who have joined us here today, particularly representatives of the European Centre for Press and Media Freedom. We're very happy that they can be with us today. That's a very important institution. It's based in Leipzig, in Germany. And I can just let you know that when I first joined the European Parliament, one of my first meetings that I held, I was new, it was just a few years ago. I was at a meeting involving representatives of that European Centre for Press and Media Freedom. They were basically trying to get up and running, to start their work, and they were seeking support and assistance from the European Parliament, amongst other sources as well. So actually, the person sitting right next to me, representing that centre, was with me at that meeting. We worked together with other parliamentary groups. We weren't on our own. And we really managed to get the European Parliament to make funding available in order to bring that, to get that institution on its feet, which is in the meantime taken place, and we're very happy to see the people who are in charge of that institute, Jane Wyatt and Martin Hoffen, with us here today. They're going to be presenting the European Centre for Press and Media Freedom, telling us about what they do. Unfortunately, however, I should say that there has been an update of the situation in the meantime, so it's really good for us to be meeting and discussing these things today, because, of course, money is only made available for a certain amount of time. Then you have to come back and ask for more funding. You have to make more requests to see if that support can continue. That's what we're doing right now. So right now, in these days, a decision is being made on the new budget for the next financial period. We're hoping that financial support will be able to continue. And as I say, we look forward to welcoming other people to our meeting today who can help to support that cause. Now, following the panel discussion, where we will be hearing from the European Center for Press and Media Freedom from Leipzig, we're going to be having a press discussion on whistleblowing. And there, I'd like to welcome my colleague, Cornelia Ernst, who is from my parliamentary group. She is going to be heading that panel together with my other colleagues, Stelios Kouloglou. Kalimera σας, κυρία Kouloglou. We're very happy to have Mr. Kouloglou with us here as well, who has a great contribution, I'm sure, to make to our discussion as well. We've got other important guests with us as well. One of our main rapporteurs from the Social Democratic group in the European Parliament, Mrs. Kammer-Eva. She is going to be joining us later on as well. And we've also got Kotio Martese, who is a shadow rapporteur from our group. So I really think that we can look forward to a very timely discussion involving extremely competent expert speakers on this extremely important debate being held right now on audiovisual media rights in the European Parliament, to see what sort of rights we can shore up there. But I must say that I am extremely grateful to the Committee of Regions. They're one of our partner institutions. And first and foremost, I'd like to thank and welcome our Hungarian colleagues, particularly our Hungarian colleague who is a rapporteur in the committee in Parliament. I'm very happy to say that because I myself was very active in the Committee of Regions for more than 10 years. So basically it's where I cut my teeth in European politics. It was really where I began my European political career here in Brussels. And then I moved from the Committee of Regions to the European Parliament. So I really realize and appreciate how important the work of the Committee of Regions is. It's not always appreciated to the extent that it should, but it really does bring together representatives of regional institutions, mayors, local government, other local organizations. It brings them all together. They're the ones who are directly affected by the decisions which are taken in Brussels. So it's very important for them to be included and involved in these discussions as well. So I hope that the Committee of Regions does manage to make its voice heard loud and clear. We're doing our best to make that possible, and we're very grateful to them for making these premises available to us today. I'm very grateful to Mathieu Horning also, who is with us today. He works together, I think, with this SPE group here. It's basically a combined left-wing group here in the Committee of Regions, which I've come to appreciate a great deal as well. And the chairman very kindly thanks the interpreters as well, who are with us today. They always have a difficult job, but they help us to communicate in an international context. So before we actually begin, I'd also like to say how happy I am that our expert discussion has raised a lot of interest in the European Commission as well. So we have 3 representatives of separate directorates general from the European Commission with us as well. I think we've also got some journalists who have joined us as well. At least that's what we've been told. We've been told that someone from Deutschland Radio, the German radio and German television, should be here with us as well. And if they're not, I'm sure they will be here quite soon. Right. We've got a number of representatives of European news media, the EP Centre, as well as legal experts and students who are going to be joining us. And last but not least, we've got members of the European Parliament themselves, together with their assistants, not just members from our own groups in GUE NGL, but other groups as well, ALDE, the Social Democrats, and other groups. Finally, just a couple of sentences about myself as host of today's meeting. I myself am a member of the EP in the Regional Affairs Committee as well as the Culture, Education and Media Committee. That's the committee which is looking particularly at the question of media freedom. And at the same time, I'm a member of a very important parliamentary delegation to Israel and Turkey. So I have first-hand experience with violations of human rights and press and media freedom, particularly in Turkey. I've seen lots of evidence of that. And I've worked very closely with other colleagues from my team in visits to Diyarbakir in Turkey, other parts of Turkey as well. I know how timely that question is. It's been a source of great pain to us to see, as we discussed in our last plenary meeting in Strasbourg, all of the violations that have taken place in Turkey. We've basically seen a rift created between the EU and Turkey. There are many members of the parliament who want to completely break off accession negotiations with Turkey. There are many people who didn't want those negotiations from the very beginning. We've said that the talks should go on, but at some point we should hold up a stop sign. So that was the formula that we came up with to freeze negotiations right now. And we, as representatives of left-wing forces, have continued to press for an end to the unholy EU-Turkey deal, creating a sort of false dependency relationship between the EU and Turkey. Anyway, I don't want to dwell too much on myself. I think we should get down to our discussion right now. I'm looking forward to presentation of the European Centre for Press and Media Freedom from Leipzig. I think we can hand over to them.
Entschuldigung,
I do apologize. One thing I did neglect to say. I know that people are used to thanking each other, particularly amongst the left-wing forces, but I certainly do not want to neglect a word of thanks to the members of my team. This whole discussion really represents the fruit of lots of very difficult work. They worked very hard. It was lots of small steps which led up to this result. So I'm extremely grateful to Volker Kriese, who has been running around a lot in the last few weeks, very busy organizing this meeting. And I'm also very grateful to our PR officer, Karim Kartov, and lots of people who are not actually with us in the room right now, who have played a less visible role. I think that a huge word of thanks is due to all of them as well. Anyway, let's get down to our discussion today. Go ahead, please, Ms. Wyatt.
Inviting us here, and thanks also to the European Parliament for setting in motion this European Centre for Press and Media Freedom, and thank you for the continuing support as well, which we hope, as you say, will continue at full strength. The European Centre for Press and Media Freedom exists in order to make the idea of press and media freedom a reality. So we are a hub. This little diagram will show you some of our stakeholders, from the legal side, from campaigning organizations, other NGOs who are active in press and media freedom, investigative organizations, and the trade unions. And the idea is to bring together all the many campaigns which already exist and have done for years, to try to make a louder single voice heard coming out from Leipzig for media freedom across the whole of Europe, and to make a reality the ideas and ideals enshrined in the European Charter on Freedom of the Press, which I'm sure many of you remember was brought out in 2009. And so that it's not just a piece of paper, it's not just words, we have come into existence in June last year. And we are in the process of being registered as a European Cooperative Society, an SCE. At the moment, we are working in tandem with a number of consortium partners. You see their logos here on your screens, and they cover different regions and different aspects of our work. So some in the Balkans and Southeast Europe, where, of course, there are very many very obvious threats to press and media freedom. In Western and Northern Europe and in the Baltic countries, some of the threats are less obvious, but still they exist. And for that reason, we have the Journalism Fund, and through the Journalism Fund, we give money for example, cross-border investigative journalism projects. And we try also to link in the academic work of the European Media Law Institute to the practical delivery of help for journalists who need it. The idea of having a cooperative is a very noble one because it's an independent organization. So no matter who's giving us funding, we have this very democratic structure which allows one member, one vote for organizational and for individual members. So that means a great big publishing company like Axel Springer has one vote. Also an individual freelance journalist who's under pressure in the Czech Republic, let's say, because it's difficult under certain circumstances to operate as a free journalist because of political or economic reasons, and also sometimes because of criminal activities. So we are aiming to pull together all the different actors in the press and media freedom community to give them a greater impact. Some people sometimes ask, why do you need an ECPMF if you have with Reporters Without Borders? Well, we are Reporters with Borders. We concentrate on Europe, geographical Europe. And in that way, we are able to give a focus to press freedom infringements which are less obvious, but which is still going on in the background. We protect media workers who are under threat, for example, from the mafia, from political interference in their work, from cyberbullying, sometimes trolls who are paid by state actors to intimidate media workers. And we have a very active, well-developed program now of journalists in residence, which my colleague Martin Hoffmann will say more about in a moment. We also, of course, aim to keep the flags flying for press and media freedom, to raise public awareness, not only amongst our own community, so we're not only preaching to the choir, but we aim to reach out as well into public consciousness through our social media activity and through our media literacy efforts as well. And as you see here on the final bullet point, we advocate for better laws and regulation, and that's why we're here today, with a special focus on the Whistleblower Directive and the Audiovisual Media Services, but also all laws. We try to keep them all under constant scrutiny and to make sure that they're being implemented in the spirit in which they were made, in order to protect press and media freedom and to defend the rights of journalists. For our activities now, I'll pass over to Martin Hoffmann, our researcher, who will go through them in more detail.
Hello, I'm keen to introduce you to the direct help and support the ECPMF provides to implement the goals Jane just introduced you to. So if journalists under pressure approach us, for example, by the reporting points we installed to get in direct contact with them and get like direct information on media freedom violations and infringements, for example, we provide legal support, like, and this can be just to pay them a lawyer in their home country, but it can also be that we connect them to lawyers that have certain expertise, or to get this expertise out of the network of ECPMF, as we have a lot of experts within our cooperative. So there are different ways to provide this legal support. We also provide trainings and workshops, for example, on encryption. And we also go, we make their cases aware of journalists under threat, and we do so, for example, by implementing petitions, but also by diplomatic initiatives. And what probably puts our work, or to put it in a nutshell, I will explain you what the Journalists in Residence program is about. It's a safe house program we installed last year, and it's provides direct help, direct support for journalists under threat from all over the continent. So if they are under pressure, and it can be that they are under pressure from criminals, from authorities, for economic reasons, due to their research or due to their publications, they can apply and approach us and can get a stipend and a safe house in Leipzig for up to 12 months. They get health insurance and a grant, and also they are able to work with us in the center. And this is for two reasons of help for them. First, they get out of the pressure and just find time to reorientate, also to publicize their researches, but also we support them in raising the awareness of their case so they become more prominent, which should provide also protection to them as well at the same site. Another activity we applied in the last year or 1.5 years is our fact-finding missions. So far we have been, especially Jane has been to Croatia and Poland. She will tell you about the results later on her presentations on the AVMS, but also our board member Balázs Navarro, he reported from infringements of media freedom in Hungary, and also in Germany there were something to research. As we did research the increasing number of violent attacks on journalists there, which was quite a new phenomenon that came along with the rise of the populists there. And we were asking ourselves if there is any connection to this claim of lying press, Lügenpresse, which became quite prominent in the public, but even more on the stages of the Pegida, Legida, and also in parts of the AfD. And the result was that there's a big connection between these claims, so based on a decreasing trust and this increase of a number of attacks. So like in 2014 there were like 10 attacks, in 2015 like near to 50. So this is quite a massive increase, and we also investigated it, and subsequently we developed training of policemen as well to not only make the monitoring and the research on it, but also to provide in an action-based center also some kind of solution to it as one part. And besides of that, of course, we want to implement the aim to unite or to unify this quite fragmented media freedom community. We do our conference in October. We did it twice so far, and we are lobbying for these reasons like we do now in all over Europe. And interesting to you, as I think all of you are working on media freedom courses, being a journalist, being a politician, so working for them, the resource center we implemented. This resource center provides all the information sorted for countries, for topics, for issues, that is in relation to the topic, and it's not only a one-way information gathering system or a database, it's also a crowdsourcing tool. So if you have researched or if you have finished some information, some dossiers, some data, you can also upload it so that this crowdsourcing tool should be an indefinite source once to find any issues that is related to media freedom. And to introduce you to the last activities of 2016 and 17, I pass you to Jane.
Thank you, Martin. And so some of the more recent activities that we've launched have been the writing competition. In this, our first writing competition, the winner was a Danish young man, and he won the prize of coming to Leipzig to take part in our second annual conference. 1,000 words for freedom doesn't sound like very much, but it it's an interesting concept which we hope to spread out even more widely in the coming year, and to use it as a tool as well to show the need for greater media literacy amongst our young people through schools, through youth organizations, and so on, so that they, in the whole digital world of social media, social networks, the ideals of traditional journalism don't get lost and forgotten, but that young people grow up understanding how to spot fake news, what it means to be a journalist working without pressure in a free and independent way. And we think that's very important, and that's one of the ways in which we're trying to engage the younger generation in our work. We had a very successful, highly oversubscribed workshop for investigative journalists in Thessaloniki, one of Leipzig's partner cities in Greece, and we intend to repeat that next year, simply because so many journalists, many of them unemployed sadly because of the crisis and the austerity in Greece, so many wanted to come that we couldn't accommodate them all at once, and so we'll be repeating that. I met some of you last week at the Fundamental Rights Agency colloquium. We took that exercise very seriously and used all our networks and consortium partners and members to research our answers to the survey from the FRA, and we were very excited and inspired by the huge conference here in Brussels, which launched the findings of that survey. And we continue to work with our partners and on the activities which Martin has mentioned, and also we will shortly be awarding a new Freedom of Expression grant, and this is a special kind of grant for investigative journalism that exposes something that has been suppressed. So it's an anti-censorship tool to get cross-border collaboration between journalists working together and to make sure that they receive the right Europe-wide publicity for their difficult, sometimes dangerous work. We've also got coming up in the new year, through our partner Ossigeno per l'Informazione, based in Rome, a workshop on the threats from organized crime to journalists and media workers. And this is not only confined to the Italian mafia. It's a very widespread phenomenon, very frightening across the whole of Europe. And Martin will be going with Ossigeno to Madrid in February on that one. And I'm sure Fluturo will mention later in the context of her whistleblowing presentation, the major dialogue that we set up in Strasbourg in March for journalists to get together with media lawyers and judges to make sure that at the very highest level of Europe, the ideals of media freedom are being understood and enacted in case law so that they, as I say, become a reality. And at the bottom of the slide here, you'll see our solidarity action with the imprisoned journalists in Turkey. We released a balloon for each journalist who's in jail on that particular date. This was the date of our conference on the 7th of October. Sadly, now we would need many more balloons, almost half as many again. So the situation in Turkey continues to get worse, but of course we're monitoring it and we're trying to show solidarity in ways that don't make it worse for the people in Turkey. Because of course if we start to draw attention to the journalists who are still working and operating independently without censorship, without intimidation, then there's a risk that because we're an international organization, we will alert the authorities and they will then come under pressure. So we're trying to work with the journalists who are in exile and through the Turkey Advocacy Group, which is a bringing together of all the media freedom organizations who are active on Turkey. So we're trying to do that quite quietly to make things better, to show solidarity in a quiet way to those journalists and their families who really need that support. That sums up how we try in theory and in practice to make press freedom a reality. And of course, we're open for any questions now that you may have. Thank you.
Ja, danke schön an Jane und
Thank you very much to both Jane and Martin. With the aim of this first panel discussion, was to have an overview of this very important institute, the work that you do, and to open up some space to discuss it, and to also present your work to it more in the public realm. So that was the aim of the first panel discussion. So I think that there will be a number of questions for the European Commission about your financial concerns, very specifically. Yesterday, we received some very optimistic information. And I see nodding, so that's important for you. So that meant that, well, that's the person sitting there who is responsible for the finances. I see him smiling. So we did receive some information that gave us a source of optimism. And so together with the representatives of the European Commission, today is an opportunity to discuss this more, so that you can go home to Leipzig feeling reassured and can carry on with your work. But obviously the point of this panel also was to establish contact between you and the other participants. So if anyone has any questions about this point specifically, your work, everything that you do, then this is the opportunity to ask them. There'll be a number of individual points, whistleblower protection, for example, that will allow us to hone in on the work that you do and on your experience. So I don't see any follow-up questions for the time being. So perhaps I can move on to the second part of our meeting. And Mrs. Ernst is going to come to the front to see us through this second point, and then we'll move on to the second part of the panel discussion on whistleblower protection. We'll then have a brief break, and I think that all of the competent representatives will come forward and have this debate on the AVMS directive. Stelios.
It's your part now.
Yes, but I wanted to ask some questions to this. Oh yes, if we can combine it, no problem.
You have
Questions concerning this.
Then you can put it on the table, of course.
Yes. Will you tell us some things, information more about how many people now they are covered under the different programs you are running? For instance, the protection or the residence, how you call it, the residence program. Do you have some?
At the moment, our journalist in residence program can offer a 12-month residence to one journalist, or shorter periods for 2 or perhaps 3. So we had our first journalist in residence. She stayed for 5 months, and at the moment we're deciding on the next one, and also trying to bring the one in between, if you like, to Germany from Georgia, where there's a difficult situation with the visa. So it sounds very easy. We offer shelter, but actually a lot of work has to go on behind the scenes with embassies and visas, and also with other NGOs in the country of origin and so on. So
are the names public? The names of the people you are protecting are public, or not?
That depends, and we deal with that on a case-by-case basis. That depends, and we deal with that on a case-by-case basis. So our first journalist in residence was an undercover reporter and went back to being an undercover reporter in the Ukraine, in the Donbass. And so nothing was made public about that particular journalist in residence, but she was able to write for us in detail some very revealing insights under a pseudonym. Of course, in that particular case, we didn't make a lot of publicity about it, but there may be other cases coming up where we can offer journalists in residence for background briefings, for example, for members of parliament, for journalists and so on and so forth, if they're able to operate more openly without putting themselves or their families at risk.
Das war Stelios und
That was Stelios. Stelios himself is a writer and also a member of our group and an MEP. So you can see that there's a lot of interest there. Maybe you can talk about this directly between yourselves, Stelios, because I know that you have a film project which delves into this problem specifically. So with that in mind, I would like to ask the participants of the second panel to make their way to the front and take their places so that we can move on with the agenda.
Oh, was drückt jetzt hier nur um? Kein Problem, ja. Na wunderbar. Macht gewissen Sinn, ja. Stelios? Okay. Willst du deinen Kaffee haben? Nee, okay. Wenn sie ihn haben möchte? Vielleicht möchte sie ihn haben. Danke. Ja. Let's start. And I will also speak in my mother language in German. Herzlich willkommen. Ich habe die
Well, welcome. I have the honour to moderate this panel. I'm very happy to do that. I'm very happy to be talking about this particular topic of the debate. I'll be steering us through it. I think this is a topic that has been very close to our hearts in recent years as a political group for a number of years and in a number of committees as well. And for example, a colleague from our group, Dennis Jong from the Netherlands, produced an initiative report on whistleblower protection. And we've been dealing with this intensively. Stelios Koulougou, for example, is a member of our group as well and has been involved with a project and on making a film to cover these problems. So he's been extremely committed in recent years. And our colleague from Kosovo as well, who I'm very happy to see here, taking part in this conference. So I'm very, very happy that you're both here. I'd just like to make a couple of comments. I am a member of the Civic Freedom Group, and we've been dealing with this as well. It's very, very topical that we've been dealing with in the last legislative period with a number of reports on the Internal Affairs Committee, and we have the first and only report on this very topic at the moment on this affair. So we're looking at whistleblowing, and this is something that has been very. It's been a hard struggle to get this up and running, but luckily in Germany there has been a decision by the Constitutional Court which shows that it is possible to do something at European level as well, to refer this back to the national level. I hope that it is successful. But let's have a look at what our wonderful government does on this topic. I'm choosing to remain optimistic despite the pressures, but we have to fight quite a lot. So now I would like to officially welcome you, Flutura Kusari. I'm very happy to see you here. Once again, I'd like to officially greet you, and I'd ask you to speak first of all. I'm very curious to find out what you have to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
So I'll be speaking today about whistleblowers and how they struggle for protection. And let me start by saying that whistleblowing is considered to be one of the most important processes by which government and corporations are kept accountable to the societies they are meant to serve. This is a finding of David Lewis of Middlesex University, a senior researcher in whistleblowing. Many whistleblowers have done exactly that. They have held their employers accountable. For example, EULEX, a EU mission in charge to fight corruption in Kosovo, was forced to start an internal investigation after prosecutor Maria Bamje publicly accused EULEX for being corrupt itself. The investigation revealed the mission needs to be reformed. She blew the whistle after her request for internal investigation was neglected for 2 years by EULEX. In LuxLeaks, a case that you all know and heard, the disclosure of hundreds of tax agreements between Luxembourg authorities and multinational companies by whistleblower Antoine Deltour exposed a large-scale tax avoidance planning and led to international investigations. Deutsche Bank was fined $55 million after a former risk officer of this bank, Eric Benarzi, alarmed regulators over the bank's illegal practices. Russia's participation in Paralympics was banned after Yulia and Vitaly Stepanova informed regulators about the use of banned drugs. But not all the cases of whistleblowing are known globally. A recent research conducted in over 100 countries by Association of Certified Fraud Examiners reveals that around 40% of corruption cases are tipped off by whistleblowers. The above whistleblowing cases involve different countries, institutions, jurisdictions, and legislation. Yet, the involved whistleblowers have experienced similar consequences, which are important to be taken into account when considering legislative measures. No proper internal channels that could have been used by whistleblowers were in place in the cases that I mentioned. For example, Bamje and Benarzi tried internal whistleblowing without any success. And when they speak publicly, that's not recognized as public whistleblowing, which is a category, and this results in less or not at all protection for whistleblowers. They face reprisal. For example, Bamje was fired and spent over 100,000 euros trying to prove wrongful termination of employment. Benarzi was fired. Yulia and Vitaly have to leave the country and live in hidden in the United States. And Antoine Deltour, as you know, was convicted with 1 year suspended jail time and 1,500 euros for disclosing confidential information. He has appealed the case. And then, once their name becomes publicly, especially online, most of them are associated with with troublemakers. And of course, employers don't want troublemakers around. For example, Bamje has been unemployed since 2014, despite her countless efforts to apply for a job. Unemployed, having to pay high court fees, and with no job in horizon, whistleblowers are very often financially ruined. However, for all whistleblowers involved in legal proceedings, the protection offered by the European Court of Human Rights is encouraging and relevant for any legislative initiative on protection of whistleblowers. The European Court of Human Rights case in Guya versus Moldova has established that protection of the right to freedom of expression, as guaranteed by Article 10, extends also to the workplace. And the case is relevant because we tend to see whistleblowing only related to corruption and not so much as a human right, whereas the court has established that it's a human right and related to the right to freedom of expression. The 6-step test established by the court in this case takes into account the following. So the court, when they receive a case of whistleblower, they would look at 6 elements before they decide whether a whistleblower is entitled of protection or not. They look whether the whistleblower had alternative channels for disclosure, the public interest regarding the disclosed information, authenticity of disclosed information, detriment caused to the employer, whether the whistleblower acted in good faith, and the penalty imposed. By applying the test in several cases, the court has developed and expanded this test over the years in a series of cases, which has resulted definitely in broader protection for whistleblowers. However, the positive approach of the court towards whistleblowers' protection has become questionable this year when the court decided to instruct journalists how to report cases of whistleblowing. In Gormuz and others versus Turkey, the court said that journalists cannot publish information from whistleblowers before they make sure that whistleblowers have reported allegations internally. In this case, the court seems to have interfered with the methods of journalists in news gathering and is telling them how to do journalism, contrary to what the court has maintained so far. We hope that the court will depart from this approach in the future. Apart from judicial standards, there is also legislation in place on whistleblower protection. According to the Center for Media Pluralism and Media Freedom of European University Institute, only 10 EU countries have whistleblowing laws in place, that is, dedicated laws, lex specialis, whereas 18 of them regulate whistleblowing with sectorial laws. Recognizing that some levels of protection of whistleblowers does exist, but not at the EU level, the Greens have proposed an EU directive to establish the minimum levels of protection for whistleblowers. The proposed directive, the left one, yes, sorry. The proposed directive includes broad definition of whistleblowing, protected disclosure, work, employer, a wide list of protected disclosure. It recognizes, and this is very important, internal, external, and public whistleblowing, and it includes a review procedure for whistleblowers concerned. In addition, it proposes to exempt whistleblowers from criminal and civil proceedings against them, which usually happens. The last part of directive proposes that member states should require all the employers, public and private, to be transparent on number of whistleblowing and measures taken to investigate them. We hope that the same transparency standard proposed with the directive will be applied in the EU Leaks platform. Since September, when it was launched, we have monitored the platform regularly, and we have not found any information how many cases have been reported and what have happened with these cases. Definitely, ECPMF will advocate for the proposed directive to become reality, and as for EU Leaks, we will continue to monitor the platform and hope to see more transparency. Lastly, what do we do with regard to protection of whistleblowers? We have a legal aid program, which was mentioned before, offering legal expertise and limited financial support for lawyers at national level and international level. For example, we have, you asked for names, we have supported Bamia and Del Tor. We raise alarm and provide public support as a solidarity gesture for all the whistleblowers in need. In addition, it was mentioned, we're raising the issue of whistleblowing in a high-level conference organized by ECPMF and Council of Europe, which will take place on 24th of March in Strasbourg. The conference is one of the very few which was organized in the last 10 years, where it offers a platform for a dialogue between media community and judges from the court and lawyers. We're committed to provide support for whistleblowers, to advocate for proposed directive to become reality, to monitor developments on whistleblowing, and to join forces with other organizations to improve whistleblower protection. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kultura. I think it was a very an important contribution. We have a lot to discuss after these contributions. And now I give the floor Stelios. And he's one of the members in our group using this whistleblower. Also the same does Fabio De Masi, but he cannot come to our small conference. He is sick and, yes, that's alive. But I can give Stelios the floor, and I think he can give us a broad picture.
So yes, I'll take also Fabio's time. I'll speak more. No, I'm joking. No, no, I'm joking. Just a few introduction to launch a discussion, more or less. I think I'm pretty much interested in the case of whistleblowers, because in the present time they're becoming more and more important. Why? Because the media, the main media, the mainstream media, are more and more controlled by big interests, mainly financial. It's becoming less and less probable that informations concerning the public interest will be published. And that's why whistleblowers are very important, are becoming more important. The other thing is because of the international situation and the wars we have. One of the reasons, one category of whistleblowers are the whistleblowers blowing the whistle about the wars, telling the truth about the wars. And now, as long as the situation international is becoming more and more dangerous with the rise of the extreme right and the election of Trump in the United States, it's more and more important for to have whistleblowers and to promote their work. Because as an introduction, I must say that we have three categories of whistleblowers. One are the categories they are talking about preventing the war. We had a lot of cases during the last decade, before and during the war in Iraq. Sorry about that. Because a lot of people came out and said that this story about the weapons of mass destruction of Saddam was a fake, and they were very much persecuted because of that. We had cases before the war in Iraq when the United States were tapping they were listening what the Secretary General of the United Nations was saying, and also on the members of the Security Council. And we had a very important whistleblower from Great Britain that she came out and said the truth. We had a Danish officer who also went out and said that this story about the Saddam Hussein's weapons of mass destruction was completely baseless, and he was very much prosecuted. So we have these whistleblowers about the wars, and the senior person of this category in the modern times is Daniel Ellsberg, who is the guy of the Pentagon, the famous Pentagon Papers, when in during the Vietnam War he leaked to the New York Times the documents proving that the war could not be won by the United States, and it was an unfair war that murdered millions of people, including American soldiers. And so we have then a very recent example of this kind of story is Manning, soldier Manning. She's she leaked videos for the operation, the way American troops conducted operations in Iraq, when it was shown through the videos that they were killing innocent people, families, etc. And she leaked all these videos to WikiLeaks, and they were published. It was a big story, but she was found finally, and she had a very severe penalty, 35 years imprisonment, and she tried a couple of times to commit suicide recently. So this is a very important political case. Then the second category is the people that are fighting as the previous ones, but not about the wars, as fighting for democracy. And the most famous and recent example is, of course, the case of Edward Snowden, who leaked to The Guardian all these informations that the National Security Agency in the United States was listened to everybody, including Mrs. Merkel and the European leaders, and and you and me. And so Snowden, he is now in Moscow under a provisional visa, and he became the most wanted man of our times in the world. In a way, he succeeded to Daniel Ellsberg before. By coincidence or not, the most wanted whistleblowers are always Americans. And the third category of whistleblowers is the whistleblowers about financial scandals and issues. And we had several cases recently, LuxLeaks, Panama Papers, that came out of an unknown, up to now, whistleblower, John Doe. We don't know him. I think that even the journalist of Süddeutsche Zeitung, from where he conducted them first, even though these journalists don't know his true identity. Probably this is also another way to do it, as long as there is no enough protection in legal protection. So what we're trying to do in our group also is to, together with our groups, to promote a very comprehensive and important protection framework, a legal protection framework for the whistleblowers, and that's why we're taking different initiatives. One was in our group recently, when we had a meeting like this one, a conference on the whistleblowers protection, and during which one of our colleagues presented some guidelines for the legal basis of this protection. And also I organized a festival, a film festival, a mini film festival during a weekend here in a cinema in Brussels for whistleblowers, where we presented documentaries on whistleblowers. There are several, a very good one, and we had guests, the whistleblowers themselves there, telling their stories and answering the questions after the end of the screenings. And people, there were, Costanza was there, and people, they like it very much, and they also very impressed by some of these whistleblowers, what they said. And these whistleblowers, 2 days later, came also in the parliament some of them to also to testify in the parliament and discuss this legal thing. That's what we have done so far. I don't know what else I can say in this. I need I'm a filmmaker myself, a journalist, and probably I will need also your protection later. You know, the problem is that I had a. I'm still under. I need your help because, and I'll finish with this. I was. I had a weekly TV program in Greece, presenting documentaries, etc., and grand reportage made by me, by members of my staff, etc. And then they suddenly, I became part of a blacklist. I cannot travel anymore to United States. I'm not given visa, neither journalistic visa nor symbol visa. I'm not allowed to go there. And I tried different things. I'm having to do nothing with terrorists. I'm against terrorists. I have done films against terrorists, but because also I have done films against the war, they don't like this. So I went, there was a huge, an odyssey of stories. I went to the Reporters Without Borders, etc. I found no solution, so I have to come to you and ask for your protection. Okay.
Thank you very much. And now we have the possibility to discuss, to ask questions, to make contributions. Yes. Fine to introduce you.
It's off again. Okay, I start all over again. Janina Berg is my name. I'm one of the researchers behind the draft proposal for an EU directive on whistleblower protection. And I'm actually very happy about your introduction also, or like framing it really, saying that there's basically 3 categories of whistleblowers. I think that's really what's on our mind, like the big cases, those that hit the headlines, which are very useful, I think, for our purposes. Also to raise awareness about the many, many other cases that are never in the media. I refer to small cases of, normal, regular workers and employees who are just discovering irregularities within their companies and try to bring it up because they think this is just wrong, or not working properly. And those cases never come really to light sometimes, and they don't get our support here at the EU level either. So this is basically why we said in the proposed directive that one of the very important aspects is to find the right legal basis. And that's why originally back in May, when we went public, we had decided for a legal basis that is rooted in the social policies protecting workers, basically also because it would offer the most comprehensive protection to whistleblowers. And when I refer to whistleblowers, I mean those that work in the public sector, but also in the private sector. Nowadays, the discussion has moved on. Many months have gone by. We've seen many conferences. There is a public debate. I'm very happy about it. And the media has contributed very much to it. So where we are right now in Brussels, because that's the big elephant, the big question in the room, how, if we proceed with this proposal, how do we do it? And we need everyone, I think, to contribute to this discussion to find the most comprehensive protection, the best possible legal basis to come to this result. So one aspect is finding a legal basis, and the other, I think, aspect which is highly, highly important is continuing the raising of awareness, of public awareness. And the film festival was just brilliant, I think. Events like this really bring our messages that we discuss among each other. And if I say us, it's politicians, it's academics, it's civil society, it's independent consultants like me. We always tend to talk to each other. And that's one of the problems why we're seeing Trump, I think, also, winning, because we're kind of divided. There's two groups of debates and discussions. So it's very, very helpful to see events like the film festival where we're reaching out to other people, to the normal, regular people. So public awareness, but also contributions to the debate, to the legal debate, I think is highly necessary. Just a comment, no question so far. Thanks.
Thank you.
We need a microphone, please.
Other questions? Yeah, please.
Köszönöm szépen.
Thank you. Well, in the afternoon session, or maybe in the next session, when I will be sitting in the panel, we might not have enough time to contribute. So I thought I would just comment. In Hungary, we have seen some special cases. In the past year, we have we have basically two big media groups, and we have had whistleblowers about members of the Hungarian government. It included information on luxurious travels, dining, etc. And of course, the comment was that it cannot go hand in hand with public positions. So in two media organs, we have read such news, and it was it was rather strong. And what happened was that it wasn't the journalist, it wasn't the whistleblower journalist who received a comment of you cannot do this, but it was the media organ itself, so the paper itself. And this was really a kind of revenge. And well, obviously, the two journalists in question lost their jobs, but the paper they worked for had very, very bad comments. It also happened in an online journal when the same kind of whistleblower news was published. And right now, this online journal has changed entirely and received a very bad comment from the government. So what we say is that not the journalist in person, but the paper or the organ the journalist is working for sees the negative effect of the whole whistleblowing procedure. So in Hungary, the other media forums or platforms use a kind of self-censorship. They are afraid, and we see that there are only some journals and some platforms that really bases on real facts finding and brings out the true news. And they really think up front what news or what type of news cannot cannot be brought out. So they basically do not take the risk. This is what I wanted to add.
Thank you very much for your contribution. Other comments? For me, is one of the question. I don't know what rules we need to protect whistleblowers. What is necessary in a law? What I have to include? Can you explain it a little bit more, or can give viewers some recommendations? It would be fine for me.
Yeah, so maybe I just start by saying that there are some good laws in place at national level. For example, the law of Serbia and the law of Ireland are considered to be some of the best laws. In practice, we don't know because these are new laws which have not been tested properly in the court. So we don't know in practice how good these are, but in paper they look good. And that is for several reasons. First is they have a wide scope of protected disclosure. And that means and we hope that the directive will include a wide list of what information would be protected, in which cases the whistleblower would be protected for the information that he makes public, or she. For example, would it be related only to corruption? Would it be more broad, including wrongdoings, maladministration, misadministration, and these two laws have quite a wide list. Whereas bad laws, they are usually either limited to only corruptive actions, which not necessarily everything can be named as a corruptive action. Whereas some countries, for example, in Southeast Europe, you have some of the sectorial laws which limit the scope only to ethical violations. So basically, a whistleblower would be protected only if he or she makes public some information with regard to ethical violations. So we hope that the directive will have a wide scope of protected disclosure. Another aspect is the recipient and the review procedure. And this is related with internal and public whistleblowing. Basically, a good law would include internal whistleblowing, which means a public or private institution would have good and effective internal channels to receive the information and to investigate it. The second instance would be whistleblowing outside of the institution, of the employer, but not public. That would mean that, for example, in United Kingdom, there is a list of institutions to whom the whistleblower can report the information. This is the second option of whistleblowing outside of the institution. So we hope that at the national level, all the national authorities, they will provide a wide list for whistleblowers so that when they see wrongdoing or corruption or whatever they think is wrong, they would have a look at the list and they would know approximately to whom they should go. And the third option would be public whistleblowing, that is to go and reveal the information to media or non-governmental organizations. One of the main reasons why there are a lot of people, politicians and also private sector reluctant about whistleblowing legislation is because they think that whistleblowers go directly public, which is not the case. The research shows that very few cases go public, and that is because of the consequences that they have. Most of whistleblowers, before they go public, and we saw the case of Maria Bamje and Eric Benarci, they try internally, and sometimes for a couple of years to fix it. And when they see that nothing happens, then they go public. So this means that if we have a legislation which is applied in the practice to properly investigate, receive and investigate internal whistleblowing, definitely we would have less public whistleblowing. And that is also a standard which was established by the European Court of Human Rights, which doesn't protect public whistleblowers automatically. The court requires them to try internally, and they tried. For example, in Romania, they tried, it didn't work. And another aspect with regard to be included in the legislation is protections against reprisal. Now, there are many forms of discrimination and revenge that happens against an employee, and not necessarily, and not always is firing them or demoting them. Sometimes is you avoid them, you isolate them from other colleagues, or you don't give any job to them, so that they feel that they're kind of forced to resign. So the legislation should be able to protect really a very wide scope of protection against different forms of reprisals. And the last aspect I also mentioned is that the legislation should oblige national, public and private institutions to report about whistleblowing cases. That is, to inform the public how many whistleblowers, what happened with these cases, what is the result, etc. We don't request, of course, and we understand that not everything should be public, and we are aware of the interest of businesses and also institutions that they have to protect, etc. But some kind of reporting, transparency should be set, so that first we know whether the law, and this transparency would enable us to understand whether the legislation is working, and also would encourage other whistleblowers to go public or not, if that is not happening. So to conclude, these are some of the very important aspects to be taken into consideration. And last point, there is a very good research by Greenwich University, which was conducted this month. I think it's in the process of public commenting now, and also mentions the directive, and there is much more research on what should be included. And I think that forms a very good base to take into consideration when drafting laws.
I'd just like to add two small points to what Flutura just said, whilst backing it all up, of course. On paper, Ireland has a very good system. We know in practice it's not working, and we've got an event coming up at the end of January in Dublin, where the political threats and pressure suffered by 2 police whistleblowers who've exposed corruption will be one of the themes of that talk and background briefing there in Dublin. And also on a practical level, in terms of making the laws into something that works in practice and becomes embedded in culture, 2 things. The Netherlands has just opened a house for whistleblowers. It's probably a bit too early to say how well that is working, but that's another model that maybe we might take into consideration while thinking about how we can make the law on paper work in practice. And one of the practical ways that we also try to help whistleblowers is by training journalists in digital self-defense, so that there are secure channels where a whistleblower like John Doe from the Panama Papers can communicate safely without fear of being identified and to a very wide range of different journalists all over the world in that case. And so, you know, we have the technology. It's not always foolproof, and it needs to be used with care. But that's part of our mission as the European Centre for Press and Media Freedom, is to facilitate these secret communications between whistleblowers, journalists, confidential sources, and the journalists themselves, and to give both parties more confidence, so that they feel that they're not risking everything, either the journalist or the whistleblower, by going public. So just a couple more considerations there.
No?
I think you've summed it up very, very well, and really just one or two aspects also that I would like to add to your question. I think one of the major points that is really important is who is a whistleblower, to answer that question as well. Maybe not necessarily within the legislation. We see, for instance, I think it is in the Serbian law, if I'm not wrong, that the whistleblower in itself is not defined on purpose in order to really keep it wide open, but just maybe to give an explanation. I think it's not just whistleblowers in the public sector, but also very importantly in the private sector. It's not just those who disclose information, but also those who are maybe not necessarily in a direct working relationship, but for instance, suppliers, contractors, maybe even interns, etc., those who come in contact and work closely together with the whistleblower, because if you use force on them, the information is public and the identity is revealed. Also, third parties, family members, for instance, very important. All those who are really directly linked or surrounding the whistleblower in itself. So that was to the question of who we want to ideally protect. Second point, it was mentioned in one of the presentations, good faith reporting, whether this is really necessary. And interestingly, in the legislation in Ireland, it was taken out. It was heavily debated, and it was ultimately taken out of the law, I think, to prevent such a test on the whistleblower, really, because it's also very hard to prove in a way to undermine the protection for the whistleblower. So what this is all about, it's not so much about the messenger. The focus should not be on the messenger itself, but on the message, whether the information is really in the public's interest. That way we would also prevent the whole discussion around, for instance, SwissLeaks. The whistleblower has sold the information against, so he has obtained money. Morally, surely a questionable case, a borderline case, opening up a grey zone. Nevertheless, the information in itself was really in the public's interest. So if we want to weigh private interests against the public's interests, I think that's a good point. And one last aspect, and then I finish. What do we do with information that touches upon national security? Military intelligence information, etc., etc. That's a little bit also the Snowden case. What we have proposed in the draft directive, EU directive, is really that because it is sensitive information, it needs to be treated differently from normal, regular, let's say, private sector irregularities. And we're proposing that such information should go to a special body, independent body, of course, that has security clearance, because such information can also, because of its sensitivity, be really obstructing the situation and putting people at risk, as we have seen the consequences of the Snowden revelations, whether you find them good or bad, has put people across the world in danger and killed some. So I think it's a fair point to treat that information also more sensitively. Nevertheless, whistleblowing needs to be possible also in these cases. So yeah, these 3 points I wanted to highlight as well.
Thank you, Anina. Just to add a couple of more points. First, there is a misunderstanding very often with regard to whistleblower. For example, Julian Assange is not a whistleblower, definitely. If you look at the law and the case law of the European Court of Human Rights strictly, that is because whistleblowers are only those people who reveal information in the context of their work. And very often you have this misunderstanding that people who have revealed information, which are not related to their work or directly or indirectly with their work, they are labeled publicly as a whistleblower, which shouldn't be the case. Yes, they are sources of information, but not necessarily whistleblowers. The second point I wanted to make is good faith.
Why?
So according to the recommendation of the Council of Europe, the case law of the European Court of Human Rights, and these 10 laws that we have in the EU, including Serbia and Ireland, a whistleblower is a person who, in the context of the work, that means either has contract or indirectly related to that work, you mentioned the category several, interns, suppliers, contractors, they reveal an information, they are whistleblowers. If you reveal an information, if I would reveal an information which has nothing to do with, which is related with European Parliament, I can be a source of the information, but not the whistleblower, because I don't work for the European Parliament and I'm not related to European Parliament in the context of the work. And this is one of the most important aspects which is misunderstood most of the time everywhere, be that from legislators or public companies, etc. They see, they don't make this difference between these two categories. And the research that I mentioned is very helpful of Greenwich University in this direction. The second point related to good faith, I agree with you, Janina, but at the same time, this is the reason why we should be very careful to look at the European Court of Human Rights case law. With 10 cases, in 10 cases, they have taken into consideration quite a lot the good faith element. So now, if you have a legislation which doesn't include good faith, there is a risk that if a case goes to the European Court of Human Rights, they will decide that the legislation is not proper and is not adequate. And this is the reason why we should have a dialogue and communicate with lawyers and judges so that we make sure we don't end up having legislation which refers to reasonable belief, I think it's mentioned, whereas the court has different standards. And thirdly, this is more a personal take, why the EU directive is important is because in Southeast Europe, all the countries have either developed new legislation on whistleblowing or they are developing. And usually, from that perspective, we tend to look at that directive as a source of legislation which motivates and inspires new democracies, South Europe in general, how to have a good piece of legislation. So if the directive makes it, and of course it's a good one, definitely it will stimulate and motivate Southeast Europe countries to align their legislation on protection of whistleblowers before they join the EU. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there any other comments, questions? Yeah, please.
I'm from the Secretariat of the Cult Committee, and I was just wondering if I got you right. You said the whistleblower should have used internal channels before going public in order to be protected. Is that right? Because I think it's really strange. It might be much more dangerous for him to use internal channels than to go public. So I think it's not easy to understand.
Okay.
These cases that went to the European Court of Human Rights, they were cases, most of the cases went publicly directly without using internal channels. That is because they knew that they will not be effective. So the court says when a whistleblower has reasonable belief to believe that the channels will not be effective, he can go directly to the public and they are justified. And this is the reason why I think the law and the court case, the case law of the court wants to kind of force or impose on public and private institutions to have enforceable internal channels. If you just have them and nobody uses them, they go directly public. Because they were not able to use such channels, it would be justified and they would be protected. So yes, the legislation recommends to use them internally, but if you see that they are not effective, of course you go publicly and you would be protected.
Yeah, thank you. I don't see other questions and comments, and yes, it's fine. We are in time and can go to the coffee break. Thank you very much, Futura. Thank you very much, Sterios. Thank you very much for all debates and discussions. And yes, we meet in 20 minutes to the next panel.
So, meine Damen und Herren, ich würde...
Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to suggest that we press on. I think that many people have been anticipating this third panel discussion greatly because it covers the current state of play with regard to the discussions on the new media directive. And I'm very happy that we've managed to do this. And so to have the main rapporteur, or one of the main rapporteurs from our group, Mrs. Petra Kammer-Evert from the S&D group. She was appointed as rapporteur. Out of all of the most competent people, she is there to give an overview of the latest developments. So thank you very much, Petra. The second rapporteur is also a German colleague from the Conservative group, Mrs. Verein. But Petra, I think, is a very committed and competent representative on this committee. We work very closely together, and we're very closely aligned in our political views as well. Logically speaking, as a political family, that's how it tends to go. So you have played a considerable role here. On the previous panel discussions, we talked about whistleblower protection, which is also very topical. We had a discussion on that. And we also heard from the European Centre for Press and Media Freedom. And the S&D group was also a key partner in that centre, and had fought to ensure that the European Parliament was involved or was making the relevant demands. And Mrs. Kammer-Evert, I think, had confirmed this, that as we yesterday, on the issue of funding, as we heard yesterday, we now know more or less what the current figures are. So you can go back home to Leipzig and say that we've been successful. And that means that the very important work that centre does can proceed. So that's what I wanted to say on the general context and what the Institute does. And there's some major challenges there. So alongside Mrs. Kammer-Evert, we have a representative who I presented before, but you'll present yourself as well, the Yasin Torvath, from the rapporteur from the Committee of the Regions on the Audio-Visual Media Directive. We'd like to gauge the mood in the Committee of the Regions as well and hear about the experiences there. We've already had a presentation on the Institute, and then Corto Maltese is our shadow rapporteur on this directive on the Cult Committee and has been working together with me on the Cult Committee. So I think that we have a raft of competences here on this panel from the European Union, alongside the Commission, of course, and over there we have the relevant DG present as well, with their competences as well. So wanted to recognise the various roles. But we've tried to bring all of the relevant people here together. So perhaps I should also just say that we were going to have the PowerPoint presentations that had been presented before. So if anyone's interested, we'd be happy to send those around. As well as the list of participants with the contact details. So if any of you are interested in keeping in touch or wanting to find out more, go to Mrs. Dr. Krise. She will make that information available to you. So I'd like to suggest that now we hear from the first speaker. I think we should hand over to our guest from Leipzig. then Petra, and then Curcio, and then Mr. Horvath. Will round us off. So, I'd like to start without further ado. So, Jane, the floor is yours.
Ach ja.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So I'm going to try to outline why we in the European Centre for Press and Media Freedom, on behalf of the whole media freedom community of Europe, believe that it's very important to use this opportunity of revising the Audiovisual Media Services Directive to further strengthen the independence from political interference of public service media. So, we were first alerted to the problems of political interference in public service broadcasting last year when the refugee situation became acute in Hungary, and we were alerted by one of our board members who had seen a leaked memo from the public service broadcaster, which had gone to all the journalists and media workers, telling them to stop showing pictures on screen of refugee children. And this seemed to the journalists to be a question not of protecting the privacy of minors, but of political expediency on behalf of the Hungarian government, which didn't want sympathy to be aroused in the viewers by all these pictures of families with small children fleeing from war and conflict. So that was a kind of early warning signal for us. And we've also, of course, been aware of the difficulties of public service broadcasters in Greece. We haven't been on a mission to Greece, but of course we have board members and other members there, and we're aware that the public service broadcaster, which was closed down, is now being re-established, still has problems and has failed to totally win back the trust of the population. In Poland, we've been on a fact-finding mission. I'll say a little bit more about that in a while. Also, Croatia, we went on a fact-finding mission there. And the general trend in these problem areas that we find is that governments try to reach down into the public service broadcasting system in order to exert political influence on behalf of the government party. So if we go back to first principles, these are the requirements which have been set out for independence of public service broadcasters. So the National Regulatory Authority, here on the slides as NRA, for all the future slides, can only be overruled by a court. That's very important. The NRA must have powers that are legally binding, and it must have sanctions that are adequate, not necessarily be the body to implement the sanctions, but the sanctions must be there. It must be sufficiently well staffed and funded, and there should be, in the example of best practice, a separation of the regulatory body from the state administration, and this is very important in the particular cases that we've studied. We know from our colleagues in the European Broadcasting Union, who've done some research which was published in August of this year, that there is a strong correlation between a robust and independent public service media and a free press, a higher turnout at elections, less right-wing extremism, and more control over corruption. So that's not the ECPMF saying that, that's the EBU. They've researched it amongst their own members. You can look it up from the slide. Of course, it could just be a coincidence, and we shouldn't imply causality from the fact that the countries with strong public service media also have these more flourishing signs of healthy democracy, shall we say. You can't draw too many conclusions from that, but it's very up-to-date research, and it seems to indicate that this can be the role of a strong public service media. In terms of the economy and the general cultural vitality of Europe, you can see that 18 billion euros a year is invested by public service media, and 181,000 people are employed in those industries. They also contribute to diversity in society within each public service media. Of course, it's expected that different political opinions, different aspects of the nation's cultural life are reflected, and there are also very strong regional public service media. I was privileged enough to meet some of them in Plovdiv at the CIRCOM conference, where regional public service media are very much alive and contributing to diversity in society, including broadcasting, for example, in minority languages such as Gaelic, Catalan, Sorb, a tiny minority in our part of Germany. So there's a lot of very strong reasons why we need to protect public service media. And the Eurobarometer has discovered that almost half of the population that was surveyed consider that their public service media are not free and independent from political pressure, and that gives us cause for concern. So, we were particularly concerned when the PIS government in Poland enacted its small media law, which involved putting the Treasury Minister in charge of hiring and firing editorial journalistic staff within TVP, that's the national television network, and Radio Polska, the radio. So there were job cuts on a mass scale, more than 100, just for starters, and then more as the purge, if you like, spread out into the regions of Poland. And this coincided with some very controversial changes that were proposed to the Constitution, the Constitutional Tribunal, and you will remember the mass protests on the streets of Poland around that whole issue. So in this case, the changes at the public service broadcasting were part and parcel of a wider political action which caused concern, so much so that it sparked off these demonstrations. So after the small media law, the European Union, of course, swung into action as well, with a visit by the Venice Commission and a delegation of MEPs. We met them in Warsaw while we were there as part of our journalistic fact-finding mission. And as a result of all that, the new big media law was put on hold. But it hasn't gone away. And even beyond public service media, there's a more general political movement against opposition, critical voices in the press and the private media as well. I won't go into that in great detail, but if anyone's interested, I can fill them in on that afterwards, the press aspects and the constitutional aspects of what's going on in Poland. Just worth pointing out that as well as political pressure and professional pressure, in which journalists and broadcasters who are felt to have supported the previous regime were kicked out of their jobs and replaced by government supporting journalists and broadcasters. As well as all that, there's the financial pressure. So one example of this was when the theatre budget, remember this was in the year when Wrocław in Poland was the European capital of culture, the theatre budget was switched from theatres to the Catholic Journalism School, which produces graduates who go and work on the Catholic TV station and on Radio Maria. And that's an indication of the government attitude, which was that public service media, all the media, ought to be more Polish, more supportive of the national identity, and more supportive of the Catholic traditions of family values, rather than the more liberal values which had prevailed under the previous government. So after Poland, next it was the turn of Croatia. Here you see our fact-finding team, not just me, also representatives from the International Press Institute based in Vienna and CIMO, the Southeast European Media Organization. They're one of the partners in our ECPMF consortium. The Croatian president and representatives of Reporters Without Borders, the European Federation of Journalists, the European Broadcasting Union, and the OSCE's High Representative on Freedom of the Media. So we were able to secure a very high-level meeting with the president of Croatia. We also spent an hour with the culture minister. These extremely important people gave us lots of assurances, which, however, didn't seem to be borne out by the facts on the ground. When we met journalists, when we met owners of private radio stations, when we met small NGOs who are trying to defend human rights and especially minority rights in an atmosphere that's poisoned by hate speech. So we went to HRT, the public service media, and we met someone who'd formerly been a very senior foreign affairs editor within HRT and has now been given a sort of honorary title of international officer. So she hasn't lost her job. None of the 77 jobs that were affected by the HRT restructuring actually resulted in people leaving the broadcaster. They were simply switched away from senior editorial roles so that they no longer had the important positions that they had occupied, and they were put on the sidelines, if you like. They were marginalized and replaced by people who were more supportive of the government line. There were also, as in Poland, financial implications. So cuts were made to aspects of public service media which were felt to be not in line with government policy, whereas other aspects of public service media broadcasting carried on as normal and even had their funding increased. There's a particular nasty incident which drew Croatia to our attention in the first place. And this involved Mrs. Rakic, who's the head of the Electronic Media Council. Doing her job perfectly properly, she sanctioned the local radio station in Zagreb, Z1, because a presenter made some very offensive remarks as he signed off at the end of his program, targeting Serbs and targeting the Orthodox Church. So the sanction was the normal sanction in these cases, according to the regulator. The Z1 radio station was taken off air for 3 days, and the result was an enormous street protest. It's estimated around 5,000 people, including the speaker of the Croatian Parliament at the time and a number of war veterans associations in an example of hate speech brought to life, if you like. A Chetnik cap was used to insult Mrs. Rakic, who has an ethnic Serb background. And the link to our Audio-Visual Media Services Directive here is, of course, a very direct personal one, because she sits on the ERGA, EU regulator. So now we come to the directive and the proposals. We welcome this updating exercise. It's very important that legislation keeps pace with technology and keeps pace with the activities of consumers, the way that we receive and consume and also interact through social networks with audiovisual products. And so the obligation to guarantee the independence of media regulators by implementing these 3 core requirements is very welcome. So we want to see strong powers by the regulators, enough resources, that means enough funds and enough people to make sure that they're implemented and to give a strong position to the head of the councils. So we have some amendments being proposed by the rapporteurs. I'm sure we'll hear more about that very soon. And they suggest that there should be no institutional separation. So the national regulatory authorities shouldn't have an entity in itself, and that there shouldn't be decision-making competencies given to the ERGA, and that instead the contact committee of NRA representatives should be the overseeing body for all the public service media regulators. And there's been a strong reaction to that from our partners in the European Federation of Journalists. You see here the quote from Ricardo at the EFJ: "Hard to imagine why anyone would oppose a proposal that offers the enforcement of independent professional watchdogs in the audiovisual sector." So now we need to think about a way forward. And there are different possibilities in the different amendments that are being proposed. They can be summed up between the formal approach, so through the European Commission, through the ERGA, or through the functional approach, which is less formal, less formalized, let's say, but would still have considerable influence, I'm sure. And so how should we formulate an effective functional approach? We need to keep in mind these basic requirements. Transparency of governance, that's always really crucial. Transparency about staff decisions, so that if actually it's a government minister who's appointing the staff of the public service media, everybody should know that, and it should be done out in the open. Financial security is very important. That doesn't only mean in terms of funding for the regulator, but also funding in general for public service media. And there are some catastrophic cases in parts of Europe where underfunded public service media, for example in Bosnia, are totally unable to act as independent trustworthy sources of information for their populations to be well informed in a democracy, because the Bosnian public broadcaster, as I'm sure you're probably aware, keeps saying it's run out of money and it will have to close down, and that's a very, very worrying sign. Not the only worrying sign in the Balkans as well, where public service media generally is under pressure. And then the final point is we need enough people to make sure that the national regulatory authorities can do their jobs properly, and that they have enough time to consider all the many different things which will come up on a case-by-case basis and require further scrutiny. That's all from me for now. I've tried to sum up the concerns that we have at a Europe-wide level and in two specific case studies that we have investigated in detail. Of course, they're not the only ones. It would be very hypocritical of me as a Brit to pretend that the BBC, for example, doesn't have at the moment some very considerable problems. But the BBC, as you're probably well aware, has a proud history of resisting political pressure, dating back to the general strike of 1926 and much more recently through the troubles in Northern Ireland and then the war in Iraq as well. So it's definitely possible to have a public service broadcasting system that doesn't cave in to political pressure, whose independence is protected. And whilst it's important to bear in mind that every national public service media must, of course, be the defender of that nation's culture and sense of identity and pride in itself, it's also important to bear in mind that we here in Europe share common European values, and if they seem to be transgressed or infringed by a Polish or a Hungarian or a Croatian government, then there ought to be some kind of overarching mechanism or system that allows us to intervene and guide those particular PSMs back into what we would think of as the traditional and important democratic values that public service media should have.
Ja, herzlichen Dank für diese.
Okay, thanks very much indeed. Thanks very much indeed for all of those suggestions and demands that you've made based on your own experience, your own practice. That leads in quite smoothly to a statement by Ms. Kammer-Evert. She's a member of the European Parliament. She's working on this report. She's been very committed to the entire effort, and she's actually taken the initiative behind many of the proposals here. So Petra, I'll hand over to you. Obviously, we don't have lots and lots of time. I know you have to leave us at around 12:30, but of course, that doesn't, we know that you don't think that much less of the rest of the debate, but in any case, please bring us up to date on latest developments. Okay, thanks very much. Thanks very much indeed for your invitation and for organizing today's discussion. Perhaps I could just say a couple of words about the European Centre for Press and Media Freedom. It's the fact that there is this sort of support really was thanks to a large intergroup initiative in the European Parliament. And I remember back then, Martin Schulz was involved in the entire effort to get support. Graf Lambsdorff was there as well, Lothar Bisky. Lots of people were very supportive of this entire initiative. So I'm very happy to see that support. And I was shocked to see that some money was to be scrapped from that support. And yesterday I was very relieved to see in black and white that the outcome of the trilogue discussion is that no money is going to be taken away at the end of the day. That doesn't mean we can relax and just assume everything will be fine, because in recent years, there's been a lot of cutbacks for these sorts of pilot projects. So I think that we have to do everything that we can to make sure that starting next year, well, starting with the 2018 budget, we have a budget item, a specific budget item for the center in Leipzig. We'll continue to fight for that, and that's something which we can try to do among the various groups in the parliament. We can certainly try to do that in the cult committee, in the culture committee. So that's something that I can already promise. We will do everything we can in order to try to help this very important work move forward, both in the center in Leipzig and in Florence. I think it's very, very important for this sort of independent scientific expert institution to exist and to continue to work in Europe, particularly at the present time when we've seen lots of increasing threats against press and media freedom in various member states. So that brings me on to the draft AVMS directive. Now, the situation with respect to public service TV and radio is a source of great concern for me personally in many member states. Recent developments come to mind in Hungary, with the closing down of the last existing liberal newspaper in that country. We've seen other sorts of similar trends in Poland, in Croatia, and other countries as well. That has been a source of great concern for us, because press, media, and freedom is something that we all need. Without a free press and without independent media, you can't really have a well-functioning democracy. So I think that's really the main problem, the first problem. We've got the impression more and more, and I think you can have scientific confirmation of that, that this whole transformation process, which is underway in many Eastern European countries, from a state media system to a public media system, hasn't really worked smoothly and well. Lots of colleagues still talk about public media as if it was state-controlled media. And in some countries, it's still the case. Obviously, if you have a state-controlled media, it means that the government has a lot of influence on the content of broadcasting. So that is the reason why I support, and I know Sabine Heim support, the effort to make at least some progress in trying to create some guarantees for such freedom, which didn't exist before. I remember when we started this discussion a few years ago about the Hungarian media law, and then people in the European Parliament sat around and felt helpless. We said, it's not possible. We've got the European Fundamental Charter, the Charter of Fundamental Rights, which says that there should be press freedom, but then one of the countries, the member states of the European Union, seems to be tearing up that freedom in practice, and we felt helpless to do anything about it because we keep being told over and over, yes, it's true, that's what the Charter says, but organizing media is an area for subsidiarity, and therefore we can't do anything else. Well, what's the point of having a Charter of Fundamental Rights if we can't do anything there? That's something which we all felt very strongly about. We all felt very frustrated that even the Commission felt that they had no other way to actually use an actual good legal basis to see what they could do in legal terms to act against countries like Hungary who are trying to restrict the freedom of media. What they did was a bit better than nothing. They raised concern with the Hungarian government, but that's about all they could do. The Commission tries to make some progress, but it really hasn't been very successful. So I agree with all of the basic demands that are formulated in this draft AVSMS directive. I agree entirely with all the points that you've made. I feel quite strongly that we have to do everything we can to make sure that independent regulators are working in all member states, bodies which can actually control and monitor the compliance of governments with the provisions of the directive and of the Charter of Fundamental Rights, to make sure that those rights are actually enshrined in practice. And I think that there's a large misunderstanding concerning our own proposals as well. We've never said that we didn't want to have guarantees of the independent operation of regulators. We never said that. That wasn't anything that we ever expressed. What we concern that we did express, maybe that's the reason for that misunderstanding. One reason for the misunderstanding might have been that both rapporteurs came from Germany, but what we did say is that we want to avoid any risk of creating the sort of regulation as the one proposed by the Commission for which would actually end up undermining, destroying institutions which exist and work well in member states. That's something which could affect not just Germany, but other member states as well. The form of words, which was actually originally proposed by the European Commission, did actually make a very clear legal distinction between different types of operation. They said that radio broadcasters in Austria, in Germany, in certain Nordic countries, that the regulators there couldn't actually work because they didn't exist as independent legal entities. We say that they have to be independent legal entities, so they would have ended up destroying, undermining the work of those organizations. But I do think that there are lots of things we can in order to try to make sure that these organizations, these regulators, can work well, even if they are not actually legally separated from the government institutions. Many of those countries have problems, but we do have, their main concern is countries such as Hungary and Poland, not the Nordic countries, but countries like Hungary and Poland, where there are legally independent national regulators. But we know that hasn't meant in practice that they actually act independently, that they're free from government influence. We've seen the complete opposite of that. We see lots of intervention from the government in editorial work, in the work by journalists, and in all the content of broadcasting. We've seen that. So what we've done, and I think this is basically a compromise we've managed to achieve between our position and the Commission, was to say we don't want to destroy any systems that are already up and working, but I do think that we can all agree on a form of words which makes it clear that national regulators should be independent from the government, not necessarily from state structures, but from the government, and that their operation should be functionally separate as well. So that's the first thing. A second demand that we've put forward, and I think this is another very important point as well. We have said that we want to add a provision to the directive saying that the regulators should not be able to bring any influence to bear on the editorial work or the content of broadcasting in radio and television either. They should be able to have some sort of ex post control, for example, as to whether advertising rules have been complied with, as to whether rules on protection of minors have been complied with, those sorts of things, yes, but only afterwards, ex post, not beforehand. I think that's another very important point as well. We have to make sure that independent journalistic work in TV and radio broadcasters is guaranteed. We have to make it very clear that national regulators have no influence to bear, can bring no influence to bear on the independent content of broadcasting. I think that's a very important point to make. So we agree entirely with that. We haven't suggested any amendment to that as well, because it's very important to make sure that those organizations work independently, including staffing and financing. We need to make sure that their budgets are kept separately. We have to make sure that they are reasonably transparent. It was a little bit difficult for us in looking at this, these provisions to actually agree with the Commission's suggestion for that, which would have said that the head of a regulator could be relieved of their duties if they didn't actually live up to the rules in the directive. We thought that that was an inordinate intervention in labor law, in national labor law. So we didn't agree with that. But we have managed to come up with a form of words which achieves the same objective as that pursued by the Commission, because we're saying that what we're asking for member states is transparency and independence, both in terms of appointment of officials and in terms of dismissal, possible dismissal of presidents of regulators is concerned. So I think we certainly can find a way to make it very clear that that is an important line to draw. Another consideration which we've tried to keep in mind is that it's very difficult, a difficult tightrope walk in trying to respect the fact that media law and media rights are basically competence of member states. I think it's Article 167 of the treaty. I don't know exactly what the number is, but there's an article that says quite clearly that there is a European task to help coordinate a audiovisual policy at EU level. So we have to be very careful in our regulation. For example, even in Germany, the national German government cannot interfere in the media independence of the lender. So it's a tightrope walk, as I say. It's a very difficult balancing act between respecting national competence on the one hand and exercising our competence to achieve greater coordination of media broadcasting as well. So we have a couple of proposals. The wording is not completely decided yet, but I think that we can basically achieve agreement amongst all of the forces in the Parliament, except for the far right, in saying that the independence of national regulators should be guaranteed more effectively than is presently the case, and that we need to set up some sort of guarantees to make sure that that's actually enforced in practice. That's a common objective shared by everyone, and I'm sure we can find forms of words which will go along the lines what you've talked about as well, so that we won't need, so we don't see the sort of interventions anymore in the future that we've seen so far. As far as ERGA is concerned, we think that it's a very important platform for discussion. We have to see exactly what the outcome of this directive is going to be in member states and what is going to have to be reported to the Commission. But the ERGA doesn't have any decision competence. The reason they're there is to facilitate an exchange between national regulators on the one hand and the EU on the other hand, basically to evaluate implementation of the directive to see where it's working well, where it's not working well, where there are good examples of good practice and things like that. However, what the Commission has proposed, and there we said it was going too far, the Commission was said that they would have been able to make proposals beforehand which would have interfered at a political level. And of course, that could have had further political influence on the AVMS directive. And there, for member states, we said that would have been going too far, and that really would have encroached on subsidiarity, which is a very important principle here. It's really a question of taking a political decision as to where exactly where we want to see the directive further developed, let's say in 5, 6, or 7 years from now. But we've said that it's really something which the Commission should be responsible for, as well as the member states to determine. And again, in our amendments, many of which I've worked on personally, we've tried very hard to find a better balance between the ERGA and the contact committee. At the end of the day, the Commission is going to be taking the decision. They're the guarantor of the treaties. And basically, at the end of the day, they are the ones who have to make sure that the provisions of the directive are implemented well in member states. Obviously, the other institutions can take positions, make opinions, but it's up to the Commission at the end of the day to determine whether the directive is being implemented, and if not, how it's to be enforced, or what sort of penalties or sanctions should be handed down to member states. But there's full consensus on the fact that the ERGA, the ERGA, is doing a very important job right now. We can't give it up, but we have to find a better balance with respect for the principle of subsidiarity between the ERGA and the contact committee. But in any case, we have to be very clear in saying that in terms of implementation or further development of the AVMS directive, that's a political decision which is up to the Commission to take. And in terms of further directive of the development of the directive, that's a political decision. The Commission can make a proposal, but the final decision is up to the Council and to the Parliament. So, as I say, that's a political, not an administrative decision, or it's not a question of implementing existing law. So there, I think, again, we've struck a very good balance in that respect. To some extent, we've gone a little bit too far, perhaps. I do admit that, I recognize that, because our constant concern in all of this exercise was that the Commission was trying to use the ERGA in order to try to get more media-related competences, powers for itself. That was our constant concern. We said we don't want to play into the hands of the Commission doing that, so we might have sidelined the role of the ERGA a bit too much in our original proposals, but I hope we've managed to redress that balance in our second approach. I think the balance has been struck now in a good, effective way, so it should be a good basis for a compromise amongst all the political forces, so that ultimately we should be able to say that we haven't managed to solve all problems relating to press and media freedom and pluralism in Europe with the directive, but at least we've managed to close some of the loopholes and overcome some of the shortcomings in terms of government influence on public service media, making sure that finances are separate, functioning and structures are separate, that hiring and firing rules are more clearly defined so that governments cannot bring direct influence to bear on those decisions, and that clear procedures and rules are set up at member state level for the structure of national regulators. And I think that if we manage to do that at the end of the day, we will have made very good progress indeed. Thank you.
Herzlichen Dank und ich würde gleich.
Excellent, thank you very much. I'd like to hand over straight away to Curzio Maltese, because obviously within a committee there are always different political families, and they therefore take different political views. So Curzio, as the shadow rapporteur, I'm sure also has a few things to say, and perhaps you take a different view. Or you might have different requests as far as amendments are concerned, or legitimacy of the various components. So, Curzio, the floor is yours.
Grazie. Grazie dell'invito. Molto interessante.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for that introduction. And everything that I've heard thus far has been extremely interesting. I see this topic as an MEP, as a shadow rapporteur for the GUI party. And as far as this parliamentary measure is concerned, I look at that, but I also look at it from the media sector. So perhaps I can talk a little bit about how this directive came to be and my history. I have worked as a journalist since I was very young, so I know the world of the media, but not just about that. And I've been keeping an eye on what's happened in the media recently. And over the past 15 years, people working with information have seen a number of changes, and politics also hasn't been very involved in recent years. But we're seeing a revolution now, which is being accompanied by a type of storytelling, which is a very positive development, because we have social media, we have various sharing platforms, and you might say, well, that is all well and good. There's more freedom, more pluralism. It costs less to stay better informed, and you can find out much more about various subjects and just have easier access to information in general. But there hasn't been much in the political domain to accompany all of these developments within media. Politics has had very little to say about it. And now we can take stock for the first time, and we see what's happening with media freedom and the various threats that there are to pluralism within Europe, and within Europe as a whole, but also within the individual member states, which was not previously the case. Rules are there to regulate, but they don't seem to be doing anything very effective. There's a situation that has arisen as a type of Wild West. There's very little care that is taken to regulate these new domains. So it's also a question of the who owns the content as well. There's very little that's been done in that domain as well. So we can talk about a new revolution that's going on in this sector. There are new entrants, people coming into the sector. As I've said, I was also a journalist, and I have a great deal of respect for the younger journalists of today. There's very little protection for them, and they also earn very little for their work. But if you look at advertising income, that is very high, and it comes down to two platforms, Google and Facebook. And the protagonists of this big business, they receive an extremely large chunk of the pie for those who are producing the content and the information, who receive relatively little. Aside from that, they also have various privileges in the area of taxation. They are free to move to where the tax regime is most advantageous for their purposes. They rather than, well, they can go to where the market is. They might have clients in one country and then choose to pay taxes in another. This means that they're paying less tax, but from a legal point of view, there isn't as much responsibility there either, or accountability. When there's a film that is made or that is distributed, then obviously there are certain legal responsibilities that apply to that. But the costs of the platform aren't there, despite the fact that this film could reach a much larger audience than was the case previously. And the system that we have has led to a restriction on freedom. And that really is a threat to pluralism everywhere, because the effects of this new system that is in place mean that the traditional media, television, etc., doesn't have as much financial certainty. That there's also pressure as well from the private sector and politics as well. And obviously, all of this doesn't only depend on the media itself, but on politics. In some countries, there are governments that are doing very little about this. But there's a new market that has sprung up for information, audiovisual media. And the situation that we are faced with is very imbalanced. Because not much has been done to date, politicians are required to step in, at least to ensure that this imbalance is limited, and so that it doesn't pose an even greater threat to democracy. We also need to ensure that the information that previously was a common good doesn't change too much, because it's been cast. There's been a lot of doubt cast on this concept. Various public sectors, water, etc., should look at what's going on in this sector. That information is there as a public good and therefore requires protection. People can receive wrong information. It's very cheap to do that. You need professionals. You need very well-trained people to accompany this whole process of creating information. And that is something that has happened historically, that information was paid for. And often free information came down to propaganda or misleading information that was published. In Italy, the information had a lot to do with the banking system. And there are some heavy responsibilities. And the Italian banks are facing bankruptcy. And it's not only... And the media in Italy are talking very little about that, about this impending bankruptcy. You don't read much about it in the media. Perhaps other countries' media reports on it, but and that means that Italian savers or account holders are better informed by foreign media, the media outside of Italy, because of these foreign obligations that have an influence over the media, and it's impossible to gain any information through them. So when you want to have information, it costs something, that you have property rights that have to be guaranteed, and better protection needs to be provided. And then there was the question of the ERGE. Or ERGA. The independence of the ERGA dates back to a directive from 2010, and this was also signed up to by the federal government, the German government, and governments signed up to that directive to ensure the independence of ERGA. So I imagine that there are some criteria that some people considered harmful, damaging. But I think it comes down to a European form of protection for the independence of this institution. It needs to be guaranteed that it is effective. The whole thing requires protection. If we want to ensure that it truly is independent, then you need to make sure that you are in a position to control that. And that might come down to various foreign players. We are in a union. We are also in the largest waves of globalization that we've ever seen. In some places, states can be very weak, and that's why we need to come together and have fair criteria. And when we talk about criteria, there are various economic parameters that have to be set and that we have to agree on if we're talking about economic matters, but it also affects freedom, freedom of the press, freedom to express an opinion. We need to put national egoism to one side and be very tangible, very serious, and do something very important. The experience that we've had with this over the years has been very negative as far as information is concerned. And experience in recent years with the whole control system has shown that the control system has failed. In many states, it wasn't applied properly or was never applied in the first place. And the quality of the products has been questionable as well. And access to the products as well has been very difficult for the weaker groups of the population. And access is also a topic that's covered by the directive. In many member states, in some cases, there's nothing there at all. Certain groups of society aren't taken into account at all. So that's why it's so important that we reach an understanding of this, that we implement the instrument properly, because it's the only thing that we have that can ensure that we can correct the mistakes of the past. Otherwise, it would be very dangerous. So we've opened the way. And obviously, there's the issue of technological development as well. If you're developing a system so quickly, as has been the case in the past 2 decades, then obviously that makes it extremely difficult to be able to react quickly enough and put in place the proper rules and or change the rules that were previously there. It's very crucial deciding when you step in. Now, I don't want to predict the future, and that's not what we're here to do. But I do think that we need to try to ensure that we correct all of the mistakes we've seen.
Thanks very much indeed, Curzio. Thanks once again for those very clear statements. Not all the same opinions which we've often been used to hear put forward from representatives of the Culture Committee in the Parliament. So, as we've said, the Committee of Regions basically represents the voice of regions. It's also a sort of guardian, if you will. That's something which I've heard in working here for 10 years, the guardian of the principle of subsidiarity. So for that reason, I think it might be interesting to hear how the Committee of Regions is responding to the present form of the draft and its meetings and its amendments where they think things might need to be changed. And what do you think the main contribution of the Committee of Regions could be to the debate as it continues to shape over the next weeks and months? So without further ado, I will hand over to Mr. Jacint Horvat, who is rapporteur for this report in the Committee of Regions. Go ahead, please. We're all ears.
Köszönöm szépen.
Thank you very much, Madam MEP, ladies and gentlemen. As far as the COR is concerned, we try to deal with the revision of the directive and with its amendment. It was during the summer when we tabled the first proposal in the first reading. Then we had a discussion in the autumn, and we tried to shape it in a way as you can see it in front of you. And next week, the plenary of the COR will have a discussion about the proposal. When we started to work out the proposal of the COR, we started from three directions. First, we had technical amendments, and in the last year, a second, in 2015, the COR had a very substantive opinion concerning the revision of the directive. Jean-François Istas, our French member, produced that document, and we took from that proposal a lot of components. Copyright is one of the major topics that should be mentioned in connection with the amendment. It has to be clarified. We are aware of the fact that copyright is not determined by this directive, but it has a bearing on that. Then, as it was pointed out by the MEP, taxation is another important issue, because the media companies in question pay taxes in the country that is the most favorable for them, and in the country where they have most of their income, they pay a very small amount of tax or pay no tax at all. In technical terms, we had to take some further steps in the proposal in order to embrace YouTube, Facebook, and other services, because they have also entered the market of audiovisual services. We basically welcome the fact that the amendment of the directive focuses on them and takes them involved, so to say. It is very important, in our opinion, that media literacy be also mentioned, because it is up to the media consumers how they take in certain information and how they tackle information. In connection with the recent elections in the US, we could understand that it's important to know how we focus on news, on rumors that come through the channels in an uncontrolled way. I think that media literacy should be very important and emphasized. It should be made part of education and training. Then we have a second point of departure to the directive's amendment was related to the situation in Hungary, because we feel by our own life what that means, and public service media has been mentioned here several times. So we in Hungary feel how public service media can become one-sided. That's began in Hungary after 2010 with the introduction of the new media law. When the new government entered office, they immediately amended the media law, and it was the prime minister who had the right to appoint the head of the media regulatory authority, and the heads of the media service were appointed by the media regulatory authorities. So there was a hierarchical link established. It is very harmful that everything has been centralized and everything has been drawn under the competency of the government, and news and communication can go on the air, which are controlled by the government. We heard an example here in the discussion concerning the minor refugees, the photographs of minor refugees. But there have been some other cases in the Hungarian public service media in the last couple of years. Obviously, the opposition parties do not have any major role to play in the media, or if they are covered by the media, they are portrayed in a negative light. So it means that the government has taken everything under its control. We heard examples of countries where media is underfinanced, but in Hungary it is overfinanced. It is an unbelievable amount of money that is made available to the public service media by the government. And the government tries to establish a positive picture about itself in our society, and we have seen it also in Poland in connection with the Catholic media. I think that the Hungarian government adopts practices that were introduced first in other countries like Poland and Turkey, and what they do, they try to portray in European colors, and they keep emphasizing that those comply with the European values, but it's not. Well, in agreement with Mrs. Kamenever, in fact, media freedom is very important. We should not have a debate about it. It's very important. It's basic that there should be media freedom. But our approach has been slightly different. We had the understanding that the control of media freedom and the guaranteeing of media freedom could be done through the ERGE, or the member states' attention could be called on the importance of this through the ERGE, and we included a specific opinion in our document. The independence of the national regulatory authorities should be controlled by the European Agency of Fundamental Rights, and that should be done at the request of the Commission, the European Commission. So we had the understanding that this could be done through and with the help of ERGE. We would have liked to show readiness for compromise in the last couple of months, and the problem is that the German colleagues have not signaled any problems concerning ERGE and have not made any constructive proposal to our opinion, but we have just realized that there can be a very bad situation, and we have not had any official notification, and there can be problem due to that at our next meeting's plenary meeting. We would have been able to find a compromise, but unfortunately we were not aware of what was going on, and for this reason we were pushed into a rather difficult situation. Nevertheless, I hope that we will go to a positive direction. I believe that we have common goals, common values, principles, so free and independent media should be guaranteed in the member states, and somehow the European Union can influence and can force member states to have that. Until now, we have not been very successful, let us admit. But we do hope that in the future this could become more successful together with ERGA or without ERG. But the goal, the objective is the most important for us to accomplish that. And under the institutional framework, this could be accomplished. It's a secondary issue, but of course we have to discuss about it. Now, my third point concerning our approach. Obviously, it was local and regional approach, because in Europe we have a lot of regional and local audiovisual service providers. We have televisions working at many, many places. And people like, European citizens really like to listen to local news and watch local television, so we would not like to put into a disprivileged or disadvantaged position all those regional and local service providers. I would say that the regional authorities and local authorities should have adequate funds to provide service in an adequate manner and local news should be broadcasted to people, citizens living in the locality. So these were the three approaches we have taken concerning our proposal. And I think that we are far from the end of the process. We are open, and we will continue to have discussions about this package of proposals and the objectives we share. I believe that if we manage to accomplish those goals, we'll be successful. Thank you very much.
Ja, herzlichen Dank.
Yes, thanks very much indeed. I think that was an extremely important point, particularly from the point of view of the Committee of Regions, which is working on its own opinion on this directive. Basically, to wind up, I would say, and I think I'm speaking on behalf of Curzio as well, we all are quite interested to hear that the RDR is basically seeing eye to us as far as the ERGA is concerned. We both want to see increased rule for the ERGI. We know that there's a particular situation in the Parliament as well. And we know that Eva is a member of a radio association, so she's not particularly at liberty to give her own opinion in terms of influencing national regulators. Fair enough, I understand that. There's nothing wrong with that. It's fine to have people who represent their own opinions here, but I'm really happy to see that most people in the Committee of Regions see eye to eye with people in our committee in Parliament. So it seems that we basically have a majority in favor of saying that the ERGA should play a stronger role in terms of oversight of regulators, coordinator of regulators. Often in Germany, we say that often regulators tend to just use up public money, but if you try to be a bit more critical about what's happening in the media landscape in Germany, that's not necessarily always true. It's not always true that media and media regulators are entirely independent. If you look at the two major government parties and you look at the major positions who they're held by in German broadcasting organizations, that's true. You often see that there are links, there are cooperations between the left-wing parties and the Social Democrats and the Christian Democrats as well. This is something we've often discussed critically in our committee with both rapporteurs as well. There's no secret there. So I think we, as left-wing politicians, think that it's a bit unfortunate that both of the rapporteurs are actually active representatives of broadcasting interests. I think it's a little bit unfortunate, I would say. It's not what should have happened. I'm sure we could have had better solutions, let's put it that way. Even though I'm sure both Ms. Verheim and Ms. Kammer-Evert are doing everything they can to be objective in the entire effort. In any case, I can just encourage the Committee of Regions to stick to its guns, keep up the pressure. We'll do the same thing in our Parliament committee. We've got lots of things that we can do and we should do, but I don't think we can deal with everything today. But there's certainly lots that we can do together. And I really don't think that our points of view are that far apart from each other. I think we're basically going in the same direction. We basically see eye to eye, and we also agree to a large extent with the center in Leipzig, with the rapporteur and the shadow rapporteur and the rapporteur from the Committee of Regions. Now, it's 1 o'clock. We wanted to finish at 1, but I still would like to use the premises for another couple of minutes if the interpreters don't mind. That's fine. I know that there are contractual obligations at play as well. We certainly don't want to infringe on your labor rights, but if anyone here or people from the Commission has any comments or questions, this would be a good opportunity to do so. I don't know if there's anyone here who has any contributions, any comments. Yes, go ahead, please.
Yes, hello, vielen Dank.
Yes, thanks very much. I'm Gabriele Bertoli.
Now, this has been a very interesting debate, and there has been a lot of great inputs on the table, so I'm very thankful on behalf of the Commission for all of this. I would just like to make 3 very quick points. The first, on the independence of public service broadcasters and public service media in general. At the European Commission, we believe this is fundamental. This is of crucial importance. At the same time, and we're doing everything we can within with our instruments, with the instruments at our disposal, to make sure this is implemented. But at the same time, we have to be clear that the treaties say, the Amsterdam Protocol specifically say that the governance and financing of public service broadcasters, public service media, is a competence of the member states. So this is very important to mention, because it's like the debate on the FMSD has consequences for the public service broadcaster, but you cannot put them in the same box. Second point on Hungary, and I see that Mr. Horvath has mentioned this. If we have a very strong AVMSD, then we get more possibilities to act. In 2010, 2011, and there I don't agree with what Mr. Kammerhever said, we did have a negotiation. The then Vice President Cruz had a negotiation with the Hungarian government. We made them change the law on very important topics, for example, on provisions on offensive content, which I understand you will agree are very important. So if we get a very strong AVMSD now, then the Charter of Fundamental Rights, which, as you know, applies to member states only when they are applying European legislation, then we get more possibilities to act, also in terms of media freedom and pluralism. Third point, and I conclude, on the directive itself, we take note of what Ms. Wyatt has said, what Mr. Maltese has said, what Mrs. Michels has said, Ms. Kammerhever and Mr. Ovart, and we will report back to our bosses, to our hierarchy. But I believe there are 3 points on which I think there are absolute consensus. The first is the importance of the independence of the regulators. I mean, this is a big step. The second is the importance of the role of the ERGA. And there again, this is a big step. On that, I think we all agree that this is very important. The third point on which I think we all agree, and I shift to Italian because this is a reply to what Mr. Maltese said, l'importanza, credo il terzo punto su cui c'è accordo completo, è l'importanza che ogni...
I fully agree about the significance of the media, the states, and also the regulatory authorities, and each must play a clear, independent role. And from that, we see that the final version of the directive needs to be properly balanced and reflecting all of the various influences, and that's very important for us. Thank you very much. Are there any further questions or final observations that people would like to make? That doesn't seem to be the case. In that case, I think that people have other meetings and different dates or different meetings they have to shoot off to. But I would like to start by thanking, first of all of the participants in whatever capacity you've been here, whatever opinion you've expressed or contribution you've made or question you've asked. Thank you to all of you for all of those. For us, as the GUE NGL, the United European Left in the European Parliament, I think that, to be very honest, I'm just speaking personally now as an MEP, this has been the first time that we've tested this out, and having this type of expert panel on a certain topic. And I think that for me, it was extremely fruitful. It was very enriching. And I think that we can say, and I'm just looking towards my team now, I think that this is something that we will try to replicate in the future. Perhaps we can look at different subjects in the future. But it seems to me that it was very effective, and we had a good debate. Perhaps we could look at doing this with a certain regularity. I know that it's always very costly and difficult to organise. I know that people have a lot of work to do already, and a lot of work needs to go into these events. But I'm sure that it's in all of our interests to find a solution. And I think as far as solutions go, this is a very, very good way of doing it. The chairwoman kindly thanks the interpreters for being present today. And without the interpreters, it wouldn't have been possible to have these discussions. I'd like to thank the team involved in the preparation. Uli Langmaats has finally joined us. We're very thankful for everything that the team have done. And I know that some of the guests who were on the previous panels have left now, but I'd like to thank Karine and Constanza and everyone who was working behind the scenes, also to the technical team as well, and the Committee of the Regions for making this room available to us. I can only encourage you to follow the developments with the revision of this directive and to continue to be active. And regardless of which level you are working at, I wish you the greatest success in your ideas, etc. December is starting in the next couple of days, so I don't know if it's too early to talk about preparing for the new year, but I wish you a happy Advent, if you like, and hope that you all get back to your working towns and cities safely in order to disseminate the ideas that we've generated here today. Once again, thank you very much to all of you.
I would also like to thank, on behalf of the Leipzig team, especially Dr. Kreiser and all the linker for the invitation, for this opportunity to show our work, and thanks to everyone who supported the foundation of the ECPMF and its continuing survival and hopefully better prospects for the future as well. And heartfelt thanks too to the ECPMF team, those who came with me, and also those back in Leipzig holding the fort for all the fantastic research and work that you've done. Thank you very much.
Okay.